public this time. Hope everything is set up well. Double checking everything. All right. My scenes is messed up. There we go. Professional streamer, you guys. All right, it's been a little while since we have streamed and worked on this build. I'm gonna start tweeting out that we are live. And notifying all the discords. Steve's Discord. I really appreciate all the folks who have Discords with big communities who have a self-promotion channel. It's really helpful for kind of getting my streams out, and I imagine for a lot of other people. I've found a lot of other streamers who are viewers of, you know, Steve Builds, ModBot, and other folks. If the audio's doing good, please let me know in the chat. Feel free to say hi. ModBot, Steve. Mandic, I think, would be the last place I post. Hide Discord so I don't accidentally share it. And yeah, so it's been a while off stream. I've been trying to get everything set up in a pretty good spot to be able to kind of get going again. I've decided to go with inverted electronics on this. This is my FORMBOT Trident R1. So we were doing R1 first, and we'll do an upgrade to get to R2. Now that that's out, big, huge props to Steve and the Voron team for getting that out. And we're gonna build this relatively close to stock. There's a couple things I've done, like gone with Nomi on here, and we're doing inverted electronics instead of the normal electronics. So that means I had to figure out how to make the electronics fit. So basically, we're gonna not do the orientation that FORMBOT recommends. They recommend you rotate the electronics 90 degrees, but I tried every single way I could figure out to try to do that. When it's rotated 90 degrees with the inverted electronics, it gets in the way of these vertical posts. So we're gonna go ahead and just do it the way I think should work, and I think all the cable runs should be long enough that we don't have to worry about it. Over kind of the break, not streaming, I did some dry fitting of trying to figure out how long I need to make the CANBus lead and how that's going to get pathed, and a couple other things, trying to figure out how we want to do the wiring for the Z. We're not going to do a Z chain. We're going to do somewhat of a Z umbilical. If you've seen a couple of Heart K's mods for his 2.4, he's got like a Z umbilical that goes up to the gantry. We're going to try to copy that a little bit and then maybe iterate on it in the future. Happy Extruder, hey, welcome. It has been a while. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. If anybody has any questions about this kit, let me know. But yeah, first thing I want to do is get rid of this red filament sensor that comes with the FORMBOT kit. They pre-print it for you, which is kind of nice. I was able to find the models online, and I went ahead and printed out the pieces in our colors. So I think I'm gonna do maybe the blue big piece and the yellow smaller piece. But we're gonna pop that on since it's a nice fast thing to do. Let me make this the secondary screen. Nope, primary. Secondary, that's good. How are you doing, Happy Extruder? Hopefully you've been happily extruding. But we need a Phillips head for this. I don't know if I'm going to keep this filament runout sensor in the long term. I figured it comes with the kit. It's a tiny little value add that's kind of a nice to have. So we'll build with it and then take it out, maybe swap it out. I really like the LDO orbiter setup that they have. I've bought a lot of those PCBs. Is this the wrong size screwdriver? I guess it is. Super good extruding lately, keeping busy. Nice. What are you working on? What printers do you have? What do you use them for typically? This screw is completely stripped out apparently. And again, you're supposed to be on this guy. There we go. LTT screwdriver, W edition. How's the audio? Sounds like you can hear me, hopefully. I've been trying to get better audio, playing around with settings and limiters and the NVIDIA background noise cancellation. Trying to get things sounding better. Yeah, this is just spinning. I gotta apply some pressure to get it out apparently. Been printing mostly functional prints, getting ready for a move. So many machines getting packed up. Do you have a farm or just a lot of printers for fun and hobby things? I'm gonna unplug this guy so you're not constrained by it. At the end of the last stream, I was kind of trying to figure out the electronics. We were getting towards the end of the day, so I kind of just, or getting very, very late at night, so I kind of just hung it up. Hopefully we're in a good spot to be able to fly through a lot of this stuff. So the way this works, it's just a PCB with a micro switch on it. And then there is a ball bearing on the inside, so it's pretty similar to the filament runout sensor and the V0 foot. Filament passes by, hits this ball bearing and causes it to roll into the switch. And so it's just two wires. Get this Bowden coupler off. Enough for a farm, but mostly printing, storage organization, gun safe organizers. Cool. Storage and connecting things to other things, I think, are the primary things I use printers for. It's like connect thing A into thing B, so we can, this model was on printables. It's not exactly the same. It's a little bit different in terms of, oh, not that one. The geometry, but it's definitely designed to work with the same board. What's different about it? I thought there was something. Yeah, you can see the bottom of it. It has like a chamfer on one and not on the other. Mad Dog Jeff. Just dropped in a moment, say hi, very busy at work, so hard to catch streams at the moment, but I've given a like, so hope it counts. Thank you for dropping in, appreciate the like as well. Hope you have a good night at work, if it's night where you are. But thanks again for dropping in. So we've dropped our ball bearing in there. Let's throw our PCB back on. And then I think we're gonna do this yellow piece. There's a flared out part. This print didn't turn out great, but it's high likelihood we're not gonna keep this on a printer. See, Mad Dog. Maybe this screwdriver was working, but for whatever reason it was just stripped. It's my little, well, no, the wile stick is too dainty and delicate. I'm in Australia and it's 11:30 a.m. Their day is still in the future. Midday in the future. It's 9:43 by me. Australia, the time zones confuse me. I worked with a Australian computer outlet or media outlet called Tweettown. It used to be owned by some guys in Australia, and they were in different parts of the country, and I thought it would be like, oh, they're an hour later than this other guy, but it'd be like an hour and 35 minutes. It was very confusing to me. I don't think I ever got used to it. But if you take a look at time zones in the Australian map, it's got some weird cutouts, and not every time zone is like an hour away from each other. Some provinces or areas seem like they do daylight saving times and others don't. Gonna hang for as long as possible, but it may just disappear. I'm trying to remember where they were from. One was, I think, near Adelaide. He was in one time zone, and the other was somewhere else in the country, and they were like 3 hours and 33 minutes apart or something wonky like that, and it confused me quite a bit. You're weird down under? Fun. Every Aussie I've met, even if they don't align with like my views politically or whatever it might be, I just kind of seem to be able to get along with most of them. Adelaide, that's what it is. Did Adelaide used to have a F1 track? Because I remember when you said the name, it made me think of something that I had seen before. And now we need a Bowden decoupler for this guy. Maybe I can get it out of this. These can be very hard to get out. I might have to get a new one. Maybe I can ease it out without, oh, it's kind of coming out. Without destroying it. So I'm in South Victoria, and Phil, the Down Under maker's in Western Australia, and we're 3 hours apart. He's behind you. Gotcha. Yeah, I was able to check out Phil's last stream. I think it was this last stream where he unboxed the Sunlu dryer, which I actually have over there behind me. I like it. Holds 4 spools. I mostly use it for PETG and some of the like carbon fiber filled stuff. But we're trying to get this Bowden coupler into the new filament runout sensor. Get it plugged back in. Hooked up to the Bowden tube. So yeah, that looks a whole lot better than the red. Again, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it on there for a long time, but we'll see. Have one. Works well for TPU. I need to use it for my TPU. I think I put 1 spool in there before I printed it, but then I just kind of did it live the next time I needed it, and it was very, very stringy. So I need to probably think more about that. I don't print TPU super often. So we also have this guy. This is the CANBus, and it's in backwards, or upside down rather. So normally this hooks up to a chain, but since we have CANBus on this, we'll use this guy instead. Yeah, I got the Sunlu not on the Kickstarter, but a little bit after it basically made it to AliExpress. I do have a new video out right now available for members, and it'll go live for everyone this weekend. But I actually talked about it a little bit down on our maker stream. But I did a little bit of a soldering haul a while back from AliExpress. I've been watching a channel called NanoFix, and he does like a lot of cool switch repair and stuff like that, which I don't do, but I've been getting a little bit more into micro soldering. So I got some of the tools he recommended. Cleaning out my attic for move, found a Mercury 1.1 kit for your... Wait, a kit that you never actually built? That's how you know you got a lot of printers. So this did not come with the kit. I bought a whole bunch of these PG7 strain relief versions, and we're gonna try to use that just because I like the way it would path a little bit better. Same thing for this guy, which will eventually tuck back here in the box. Are you gonna build it, or is it gonna go in the bin? I'm probably gonna have to take this off again soon, but I just want to clear up a little bit of space and kind of present a little bit of an idea of how this will look and work. So the PG7 glands that came with it are these little flat ones, and I'm actually going to use one of them for a different spot. But I have these. I think they look better. I would guess that they provide a little bit more strain relief, so we're going to go with these. Just send it straight over. You'll build it. Hopefully RJ will help you. Is RJ your son? Let's see. I want to do, before I get into the CANBus, I want to do some of these inverted electronics. So if I switch over to their recommended configuration, you can see they have everything running front to back in terms of the DIN rails. And then they have the PSU over on the side by lost my cursor. And then I have the PSU over on the side by the AC inlet. So we're gonna basically rotate that 90 degrees. I spent a lot of time trying to get it to work out. I think a 300 would work out in that orientation, but on a 250, you're just a little bit too space constrained to do it in the orientation they want. I would owe him back child support. He's a YouTube streamer. What's his channel name? I wonder if I just don't know him by name. So yeah, we're not gonna do it that way. We're gonna do it kind of the more stock way. But let me move this out of the way. Our AC inlet's here, so I think the PSU, I've already got the DIN mounts on it, would go, what is the bendy part? This way, and we'll move it as far as we can back here. We'll need the SSR closest to the AC inlet. RJ Repo Man 3D. Does he post his streams in any of the Discords? Because I don't think I've run into it. And zoom in. Well, if I don't get it in the right direction, I'll flip it, but see if I can get a better angle from over here. There's so many people with so many good streams building printers. Can be a little daunting to try to keep up with. I mean, it's amazing. That whatever you're into, you can probably find somebody who's doing a stream on it. And then I would assume we need to get our compute module put on this guy, but I assume that this will go this way. So the power inlet would come from over the PSU, and then the HDMI would go out to the screen in the front. Let's take this off and get our stepper drivers in there and our compute module hooked up. Hey, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I'll definitely search his name. Yes. Earth, not this last year, but maybe 2024. Postal and Armors, Projects and Dad's Garage, Down Under Makers, Penguin Makers. Okay, I need to check those. Yeah, Earth, now 3D Printopia. This will be the first compute module I'm setting up. So this comes with the Manta, what is this, the 8P? And the Big Tree Tech, is it the CB1? CB1.2? Alex, how have you been? Oh. I can't get the module out. Is this keyed such that you cannot do it wrong? Kinda, sorta. Oh, it's got these little like Kapton tape bits covering up these screw holes. Surprisingly difficult to get off. Anyone here going to Earth this year or 3D Printopia in Philly? I know Steve has mentioned that he plans to go. I don't have enough of a fingernail to effectively peel it off. Been good, back from vacation. Traveling is exhausting. It feels like you need a vacation from a vacation sometimes. All right, you gotta run. Throw it out. Yeah, thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Always welcome a little pop in. I know I stream at sort of odd times and everybody's very busy. All right, we got all 4 pieces of that off. CB1 heat sink, thermal pads, and screws. And I'm not sure I'd say it's so much as like keyed, but you can kind of see that you don't want to place it in that way. It needs to go this way, and it's got these hopefully not too delicate small guys. Maybe I should put the heatsink on first. I know Phil likes this board, but he doesn't like the CB1 module from what I've gathered. So we've got a thermal pad. I should probably use tweezers for this, but assume that needs to go over these 3 major chips. No, there's no outline for it. I kind of like how Big Tree Tech's boards kind of look like an Asus motherboard, like their ROG, the red, the black. And then are we this way? Yeah, I would assume so. There's a cutout here. Is there a PDF for this? There's a picture here. Yeah, that ROG Republic of Gamers kind of color to it. And then the heat sinks just remind me of something that you would see on like a ROG motherboard. I like the aesthetic. I don't think I have a PDF specifically for that, but it seems relatively straightforward. I can hear this camera focus hunting and it's making me worried that not the right thing will be in focus. We need to press fit this in now. Get it closer. Does it just sit on there and get tightened down by the screws, or should it snap in? You can see how it mates up, but the worst thing in the world when you're hoping something should snap and you keep pressing it and it doesn't. Oh, I got a little bit of a positive lock, I think. Let's see, Manta. Is this the 8? TV1. Installation. Ed's 3D Tech. We're going to check out
we're going to talk about how
his video. I haven't watched one of his videos in a little while.
CB1 treat the code to place this on, and also all of the boards. And you'll hear a click, and that should put it in place. Next, I'm going to attach the antenna, and this has a little cup on the bottom that will.
We need the antenna to get plugged in.
Connection over here.
Donde?
So you just align it like so, find the actual cup, and then push down. And that's all you have to do to set up the antenna.
This isn't a newly announced revision, right?
Next, we need to image this.
Latest is slightly updated gantry. Correct. This is an R1.
And I've placed
so it doesn't have any of the R2 stuff. I've started printing some of the R2 things.
So we can connect
I believe Nero has an R2 build.
So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this in the drive.
Process. And Steve has done one, but he hasn't done one on stream. But Steve Builds is gonna rebuild Trident as an R2. I hate these little snap-on antennas. I will eventually update to R2, but this will be R1. I thought about trying to pivot and change it to an R2 mid build, but I was like out of the filament and thought it would be beneficial for people to see this kit built as it's kind of provided and then do an upgrade. God, I hate these antennas. Plugs. Antenna plugged in. Do we need to get He pulled out an SD card.
And then into the computer, so you may hear a beep. Stop and show you a couple of. If you click upload, of course, you'll have the version 2. I may update.
Oh, he's just gonna image it? I don't want to see imaging.
Password.
I just want to see installation.
Computer. Then and put in your router. I'm going to show you. So what I'm going to do is pause it. Will bring it up. Now there will be. It's going to be.
Does he not put the heatsink on?
A little display of it loading, which apparently
Rainy day
it's
project.
doing.
Yeah.
So this may take a few moments. So what I'm going to do is pause it until it comes up, and then we'll check on the computer what the address is.
But are you guys familiar with this type of connection for the compute modules? This is the first time I'm using one. Lots of tiny little pins. And I don't know if I'm supposed to press fit it in and then use the screws to snap it in. Or not snap, but secure it. Struggling to get everything aligned. You have the manual up. Is that the Manta manual or is it the CB1 manual? I have about 16 manuals up right now. All right, so let's get this guy attached solidly. The heatsink. And then we'll connect them all together. It's not saying much about that. Ed's 3D Tech has so many videos. Like for real, if I've got the Voron Trident manual up. I've got the tap manual. I guess I can close the tap manual, but I've got them in a bookmark like folder, so I open all of them up at the same time. Stealth burner's done. I think the EBB is done. I might need it for like hooking up the actual CAN wires and doing some configuration later, so I'll keep it up. Then this shows where all of the jumpers go, and I've already done that. I'll show that in a second. And which stepper drivers need to be populated. And it also shows, I think, where the jumpers for all the 24 volt fans. I believe I have all that. And the tiny 120 ohm resistor jumper is on there. Yeah, so I think I have this guy all populated correctly. So we've got jumpers across the bottom, one there for the CAN, I think, and one down there. And then across this top part, I don't know if that's the diag, and then all of these are on, I believe, in the right spot. If it's aligned correctly, the screw should have no resistance. The tiny boy. Use M2. Do opposite corners. Get everything finger tight. So far, no resistance. Not gonna over tighten. Like these two screws stuck through quite a bit, but these ones are below flush. And that's where the SD card reader is. I need to remember that for later. I think that's everything in terms of the board. We'll have to figure out where the antenna is gonna get stuck to later. So now let's pick the, ow, that light just hit me square in the forehead. Let's get the frame back up. And we can mount the Manta board. The screen will be up there, so I'm going to point. What is the mini HDMI? Put it on this way, and if we need to switch it around later, we'll do that. But I have to say, for a 250, having this Manta board and not having to have an extra Pi or a extra 5-volt PSU is pretty nice. Like, this keeps the electronics bay pretty clean. We also have this distro block, which I've seen a couple people, Chris's living room basement, the guy who does Octo app, he built a 2.4 that included this in the kit, and he didn't like it at all. He used just Wago mounts. I'm gonna start out using this. So it looks like we get live neutral ground into here, and then it distributes it out. It's an interesting little PCB. I haven't seen anybody else do this way. FORMBOT has their own like weird Voron-esque printers. So they have a bunch of like mass manufactured parts like this guy. So they do have some funky things in the kit. So AC inlet here into the PSU through the distribution block. Part of that will go out to the SSR and up into the bed. No, this way, up into the bed. And then out of the PSU, we'll have a ground and then over to this board and then some stuff up to CANBus, I think. That's the plan. If at any point anybody thinks I'm doing something foolish, let me know. What do we want to do next? So, since we're doing the inverted electronics, they give you these cable management things, but I saw a guy who printed something to mount these, but it seemed like a lot of printing to do. So my idea was to just put the skirts on and then put the bottom panel on, and the bottom panel won't be coming on and off on this printer since it's inverted electronics. And so I'll just VHB tape these to the bottom panel. And I know I can get a serial if I have a bottom panel on there, so. Let's see, this is the side. Let's do the front first. This will also be the first 5-inch or large touchscreen I'm using on a printer, so that's kind of nice. I'm using Thunder Keys's modeled meshes instead of just using like infill. He made a set that has them modeled in, so that's what we're using. I've already got the T-nuts in here. And they should be pretty well aligned. Every time I have to move this around, I'm going to be a little glad that I don't have a 300. I still have an old, it's a Vividino, is that how you say it? 400 by 400 from FORMBOT. Need to convert it and upgrade the hot end. Yeah, I remember it was like Gmax and FORMBOT were the only people that had anything over 300 by 300 for a little while. It's more light down here, but I've already got all the T-nuts installed across the bottom here. I tried to do a lot of that kind of stuff this stream or this build, preload as much stuff. I kind of feel like you guys don't need to see every single T-nut going in the build unless it's kind of like a problematic thing or... Why aren't you... There we go. Oh, you're not going into your T-nut, are you? Get in your home. Is that too close to focus? It needs to be higher. Good thinking. Yeah, I've seen people who've done like every single nut and bolt in a build on the stream, and I'm kind of like, man, this is the 10th stream on this build. And if it would probably flow a lot faster. One thing that's a little wonky on this is I can't remember if I mirrored it or if on Thunder Keys' thing he mirrored it, but one of the Voron symbols is reversed. I'll eventually reprint that, but I wasn't too bothered by it. I don't know, I'm of two minds. I can see where it could be beneficial if somebody really wants like a guided experience to see every single little thing done. But when I usually watch a stream, I feel like I'm partially trying to like just chat and be somewhat entertained. And partially want to see some of the more interesting parts of the build. I watched Steve and Pooch from Repcord build their Trident, and Steve did quite a bit of kind of preloading and presetting stuff up because he knows the Trident so well, and it just made their streams like really seem streamlined. Voron Trident, yeah. I guess we can do this mount too. So this will be the mount for the Big Tree Tech 5-inch HDMI. I think it's V2. I printed these on my V1s or V0s. Blah, V1. This is the V1. But I couldn't print this whole thing. I didn't want to print it like that and use support, so I just split it in half and then glued it together. If it causes problems, I'll reprint it, but don't imagine it should. It's like the part of the build where everything is these M3 by 8s. So we're going a little out of the order in terms of what the manual says to do at any individual part. I'm kind of just freestyling a little bit, but nice access hole there. Your build videos helped my V0.2. Which kit did you get? I built 3 of the main 4 kit providers. I'd like to build a sidebore. I reached out to them a while back and they weren't interested then. But I think I should probably try to get back in contact with them. It would be very cool to have built all 4 of the main kits. I thought I had just aligned this. Why are you not going in? They've all got some interesting, unique features. This might cause problems if I need to flip it over on its side occasionally, but explaining to someone that feeling once where you complete a build and home the printer and that first print validates all the blood sweat. Yeah, it feels so good. Like rather than just pulling something out of a box, pulling 3 pieces of foam out of it and kind of hitting go, building something feels so good. Pretty sure my V0 belts are too tight. I want to loosen them up a few millimeters, see how it goes. FORMBOT kit, cool. Yeah, half the parts of this, no, a third of the parts of this were printed on that FORMBOT V0. The LDO V0 was printed on the FORMBOT V0. And the FISEC kit was printed on both those 2 printers, so. I guess I can tighten this all the way down. This is a really nice quality of life thing for whoever designed this. Even though I have some ball ends, which are, you know, okay to do skirts, wouldn't use it for a frame. Just nice to have that. So what other skirts can we do while we're here? I had already put these 4 on there, and they've got these little heat end sets to be able to put the back panel on, or the bottom panel on. So that's the plan. Technically, they're not on these side skirts, but I don't really need to put these on, but might as well if I'm doing the rest of them. I really think that the 4 manufacturers are trying to position those V0 kits to kind of be in a little bit of a different, like obviously price points, but they've all got their own kind of unique things. Of the 3 I've built, I think the FORMBOT is probably closest to a stock build. And the quality's, you know, improved a lot since some of their first kits. The LDO has a lot of, it's expensive, but has a lot of value adds. Like if you just get a Voron Revo and 2 nozzles, I feel like that's like $129 or something like that. So I can see if you didn't want to use that hot end where maybe you didn't want to pay for that, but the Pico Bellicle, the polyamide bed, the Voron Revo, and then the FISEC has the very unique catalyst board, which has its kind of funkiness, but that catalyst board is actually what made me realize I kind of like the idea of using CAN on a V0. I originally thought, why would you put CANBus on a V0? It's such a short run. You don't have to worry about cable chains. But then after I built the FISEC kit and you just had to run 1 cable up to the tool head, it's actually USB, I believe, but the electronics were so clean. I was like, oh, I can kind of see a reason you would want to. So now all 3 of my V0s are using either CANBus or USB. Not necessary for the printers, but A, I wanted to kind of learn a little bit about CANBus before doing this build. And B, it's just something to do. I didn't stream it. Maybe I should have. Okay, now that we have all those skirts on, I can grab my bottom panel. So this is where I was sort of dry fitting stuff. So I've already applied. Let's go here. Can we get any further out? I don't think we can. So I've already applied these guys. I lined everything up and it uses VHB tape. We'll put on the last one in a second. But my idea is to, where does this go? In the front? Or the screen stuff to come out of? Just get this guy bolted on. I'll never really remove it again. And then once I flip everything back, I can do all the inverted electronics cable management. That's the idea. We'll see how that goes. Are you not aligned well? There we go. I think. I always like the DIN rails versatility. Yeah, the material of the DIN rails I kind of hate, because I've had to use a lot of C channel that's made out of that material, and I've cut my hands on it, and I kind of hate the way it sounds when it scrapes together. But yeah, in general, DIN rails. I've also kind of helped with some like electronics paneling, and it's real nice for modularity, quickly disconnecting and changing out components. So over so you guys can see what I'm doing. So this is like very out of order. Usually your bottom panel would be one of the last things you do. But it made sense to me. So got a little bit of VHB tape on this clip. There are magnetic clips that I saw. That's one of the cool things. Like a lot of the skirt design and a couple other pieces are the same between the... Hey, Renovic. Thanks for hopping in the stream. Between the V2 and the Trident. So Chris's living room workbench, having done this build already, or having done the 2.4 FORMBOT kit, kind of informed a lot of my decisions. But he did magnetic panel holders, so he can... Ooh, hopefully I didn't crack that screen by dropping a screwdriver on it. But yeah, we've got our bottom panel on. I will need to do these side panels. This part of the skirt was too big to do on a V0, and I didn't want to have to glue it together, so it seems more ornamental, not necessary for first prints. How's your printer design going, Renovic? I'll start to figure out where these will go. Maybe if I can fit it in there. Anyone use an Android phone and notice that lately I get so many batch notifications, like I won't receive any notifications and all of a sudden I get like 15 immediately. It's kind of frustrating. So we'll probably want two kind of right here to go into and pop out where we need it. We might need some that end up going across this way. And I don't really know exactly how we'll do that. I mean, this spacing seems okay. Hex Peppers. Inverter Electronics. Yeah. So I was just discussing, since I'm never going to take the bottom panel off, and it's typically one of the last things you do, I figured I might as well put it on right now, and then VHB my cable management to it. I've seen some prints that kind of connect to the DIN rails, and you can connect the cable management parts that way, but I'm not sure that's necessary. Or if I want to, renovate the electronics later, I can do that. You're building now, sweet. got the gantry and finishing up the C. Did you get a bunch of CNC parts from like PCBWay or JLC PCB? I remember talking about that the last time. How are you doing, Pex Peppers? I was hoping to kind of win that giveaway for some Pex Peppers on Steve's last stream. I think I'm okay with where everything is, so I'm considering that's not the right size either. I don't have that size ball end. Is it 3 for an M5? We need to be able to plug in this JST here. They sponsored since it was $800 worth of parts. That's awesome. That's a cool thing to, you know, have a company interested in your design. PCBWay sponsored some of the parts for one of the sim racing wheel builds I did. Chunky Salsa comes tomorrow. First time in about 9 months. So are you producing everything in-house? Are you like bottling, doing labels and all that kind of stuff? I have a fascination with like process engineering and assembly lines and that kind of stuff. It always interests me. One of my internships in college, I was a process engineering assistant at a motor components company. Oh, you have an FDA registered commercial kitchen. Cool. It's not an assembly line, still handmade. So there's a company near me that produces barbecue sauce, but they use no corn syrup. And they find their sweeteners from like different things. They actually have like an applesauce based barbecue sauce. It's very interesting. But you know, they're trying to rely on the fructose more than any added sugar. But there's a kitchen around here that loans out its facilities. You can rent it for like 2 weeks and do all your production, if you know what I mean, and kind of make a big batch of stuff. So that's what they do. I thought that was interesting. I didn't know that that was a thing. So they produce huge vats of it, store it, and then I think they bottle it off-site, but it was interesting hearing them talk about it. I would love a bottling line, but kind of strapped for cash, so. You have a twin head piston filler, 80-gallon kettle. Just don't have the clientele yet, gotcha. Are you kind of like drop shipping when somebody orders, you bottle and send it away, or do you keep stock and inventory? Again, I'm a weird nerd about some of that stuff. What do we want to do next? Do we want to wire the AC? AC parts? Seems kind of like a reasonable thing to do for me. To me. Now it's done in batches, usually about 240 bottles in a batch or so. Gotcha. Okay, so this not being pre-wired, not the worst thing in the world. It would be kind of nice. They don't have the AC inlet on here, do they? All of these are pretty well labeled. PSU, PE to PCB, PG. PSU ground to PCB PG. All right, well, we'll try this. Oh, I need to switch back. Keep a decent amount of stock on hand, but if I get somebody that wants a big old batch, basically ship it immediately after it's made. Gotcha. Refrigerating after opening. That's probably a good sign. I feel like if it would suggest to me, I'm not an expert, but if you don't have to refrigerate something like that after opening, it's probably got a lot of preservatives in it. Oh, there is this little, where's that little black piece? So there is a TSU brace that I think I had to flip the orientation around for. How does it work? Like that. Oh, it's an M4. Only preservative uses vinegar. Homebrew kombucha. Hit up your health department and tell them what you want to do. They're there to help. My buddy does some micro brewing, and yeah, he had to do some stuff with the health department. So I think this gets screwed into the side like this. Probably one of these M5 by 10s. To go into there. I printed this in black because it was what was on the printer I used at the time. We'll see if it frustrates me enough in the future to warrant reprinting. Bed to Wago, so that's going to be for the bed later. This is spade to spade, so that's got to be for the AC inlet switch. PSU live to PSU live. PSU live to PCB live. Lighting this is a little difficult. But that's kind of a tough run. Hey. This may be the first part where going with these inverted electronics in a different orientation creates an issue. Hmm. There's a good chance this won't be the final kind of setup. Maybe a little bit more of a dry fit. PSU neutral to PCB neutral. Ballistic thoughts on index. I haven't reviewed enough options yet. I would like to eventually have an index printer. I don't have a Core 1, but I'm not sure if I would want to do one on this Trident. I guess the 250 can still have, what, like 5 tool heads? I know there's the issue with the hardened nozzle stuff right now. That's like nozzle gate. I don't know. I didn't buy one. I haven't paid for one, but I don't think it would bother me all that much. I don't print that many abrasives. And if I did, I have enough printers that I probably just print it like on something else. I guess if you have a part design that really needs, you know, multi-material, like true multi-material, and you need abrasives, I can understand why people are frustrating. This is a 250. I don't have space for a 300 currently. I need to get rid of a couple printers if I want to have a 300. Maybe if I build a 2.4 in the future, I'll go. So I guess I need to go back to the Trident assembly manual for the AC inlet. Follow that for a little while for wiring. The bed wiring is kind of separate. My inlets are upside down compared to this. Let's just flip the whole printer. It's better aligned with the manual. I'm avoiding putting the bed in for a little while. Hey, all right, happy Extruder. Thanks for hopping in. before a storm hits again. Chat, stay awesome, keep extruding, and stay safe. I will do my best. You guys do the same. Thanks for popping in. Hopefully I'll see you in some other streams. I've got some new folks to follow. But I put the bottom panel on, so if I flip it, it's not going to work out well. Order of operations bite me in the butt a little bit. Power inlet to... I think I have this backwards. I think this is supposed to be flipped. Methinks. See you, Alex. Good talking to you. Have a good night's sleep. So this is where, you know, kind of getting away from the default setup can bite you a little bit. Yeah, I have this reversed. That might make things align a little bit better in terms of not having to stretch these out. Screws are a little hard to break free. Live. Neutral. PG says FG. There's a 200% chance I'm going to redo all this once I get it kind of all figured out. So I'm not too worried. Looks like this will get screwed down here. I think we need to go back to the manual. Can I put... You know what? Can I rotate here? I just want to rotate this 180 degrees. Save it to desktop and open it in photo viewer. See what? Windows E. There you go. And then rotate. Now we are aligned with what I see on my printer. It's kind of weird that they did it the other way because that's not the way that the skirt sits, but okay. We need that short blue to blue. Spade to spade. That'll go on this right piece. And the upper right piece. We need a short brown to brown. That's not this one, this one. I feel like I'm getting this order of operations bad again. And I'm making it harder for myself. I could have, this is something I could have done off stream. I guess they expect you to do this part with the printer upside down, don't they? Where's the spade connector with the earth? Yeah, I should have done this first. This goes into the inlet. Kind of tight. Anybody sees anything I do silly, especially with the mains voltage wiring, let me know. This will be AC inlet to neutral. Yeah, let me remove these briefly. Where I hate having large hands. Need somebody with daintier hands to fit into these small spaces. Spade connectors really hold on. 0 drop frames. Good to see. Man. Okay, I guess he's just on there. We're gonna have to go under. You know what we can do? We can slide all of this down and give us more room. So our AC inlet is wired into the distribution block. The distribution block is going out to the PSU. We're gonna have to figure out how to cable manage this excess wire. Not too much of a strain there. And then what next? PCB PG. I think this goes from here into our SSR. Hey, what's up, Kadeem? Thanks for hopping in. I saw you on Apex lately. I've been playing mostly Battlefield. How you doing? You and the fam. That is a hex key. And Forza, okay. Horizon. I might need to hop on that. I haven't played it like at all. And then I might as well do this one while I have this out. Everything is calm over here. Kid is about to start kindergarten. Yeah, that's kind of mind blowing. Scheiße. Where did screw go? There's screw. This will go to frame. This goes around to that guy. I watched a few content creators playing Forza. And I installed it, but been being poopy and just not playing as many video games. Yeah, Horizon 6. I want to play it more, but only have Game Pass for a few more days. Game Pass is such a weird gift and a curse. It made so much sense when it kind of originally came out, and I played video games like 3 to 5 nights a week. But then so many months have gone by where I haven't like played anything, and I'm like, is this worth having? So this will go up. That's a little awkward. Maybe I should flip this guy around. I can get it off. This needs to go up to the bed. There you go. Right on into the Nippon sunset. Right now it makes sense because I only have time to play during the summer. So I just get it for a month or two. Gotcha. Yeah, I had the yearly automatically set to renew for a long time, but I haven't really played much on their like list. Call of Duty, but are they taking Call of Duty off of it? Did I hear that? Because they were losing so much money. SSRL to PCBL. Taking L's. I'm going to swap this back just so we can keep it in the same orientation as this diagram. And then if I can find a better way to route stuff later, I will do so. Kareem, nice to talk to you. Might have to get on some games with you. I've got my sim set up right over there. Maybe I'll need to... I've got Horizon set up on my PC upstairs, but I need to install it down here. That'll give me an excuse to actually get on. But have a good night. We have input on the bottom. Is this in the diagram? So input will come from the bed. Excuse me, from the MCU. That's all the top half. And then we come from live over here. This is taking a little bit longer than I expected. Compare it to that wire, it's on the left side. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do some cable management, figuring out after the stream. Pug test everything later. And then the other brown wire is going to be up to the bed. This is going to go up to the bed. That's a little worrying in terms of length, but if things are back down this way, a little bit more. I kind of wish that this was rotated 90 degrees, but we don't have enough room. I guess I can see why FORMBOT wants all the electronics rotated 90 degrees. And then our last connection is PCB neutral. To bed. And then all three of those will go into the three Wagos under here. Oh, focus on the way goes. What's the shortest? Probably the ground or the PG. These are meant to go up through the Z chain, but we're not going to use that because we're special. Once we get most of the electronics sort of semi-wired, then I'll come back and wire up the rest of the bed. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's a better orientation for this. The reason I have it oriented this way is because if I tried to orient everything, these hangers wouldn't have enough clearance here by the motor mount. In any of the ways I tried it, there just wasn't enough clearance. Like between here and here, there's not enough wiggle room. This is the only thing that's a little worrying, is this earth ground. It's rather short. That's why I was thinking after wiring, maybe I try to invert it, because this seems almost excessively long. These can maybe go in that cable chain. That can like sneakily flip under. And this guy is still kind of longer than it needs to be, but oh, so this is a part I devised to replace the Z chain, so we can kind of send it up to that. So this has got two T-nuts. This is the original chain mount, and I kind of remodeled it to be able to fit this PG7 gland in there. hate him rid of T-nuts. It's hard to screw in. I had a hard time in Fusion finding a PG7 thread. I had to like download a bunch of XML files that other people had set up and kind of hope they work to varying degrees of success. So these will all come up through here. Eventually these will go inside some sleeving instead of the Z chain. Out through here. Through this gland. And it'll just be kind of like a swoopy loopy setup. And since we're below the bed, it won't interfere with anything, you don't think? This is just for like IP rating. The mic still working? Yes. Mic has been dying on me a little bit more often recently. These are getting braided and it's making it hard to pull this nut down. I do it like one at a time. Man, this is so weirdly long, the neutral. I like that everything is pre-crimped with ferrules. I am not happy with this electronic setup at current. This will go to the frame. That can happen anywhere. Doesn't have to be perfect initially, but it's nice when it is. This is just so excessively long. Cable manage later. So the plan is just to have this be sleeved, and when it's at its highest height, it'll be kind of relatively, it's basically going to be a cable chain. And then as it lowers, it'll push into this corner and then just kind of flatten out there. That's the plan. Not sure we'll get to sleeving right now. Probably should wait until I make sure everything that needs to go up there is going up there. I just wish I could see these runs better for peace of mind. We'll pull up all of this excess out to this way. And we need to ground to bed. Excuse me, ground to the frame. So, alternative to this distribution block, there is a piece that I've printed that would go into this corner, or maybe I need the reverse of it. It won't fit that way. That would go in this corner, and we would just use Wagos for all of this. But you can see this even has problems fitting in there. All right, let's get this frame grounded. Are there any instructions for that? Or would that be a regular Voron manual? I'm thinking. Ground, neutral, live. Into this guy, out to the bed. Wire power supply to motherboard. Motor power to power. The 4-volt power. Ground. Hello, Steve. Having some discrepancies with doing the inverted electronics with the full power distribution block that FORMBOT uses. I do have the Wago piece printed out, so I could try to stick it in this corner eventually, but I want to build it with this weird distribution block first. FORMBOT wants their electronics to go front to back with the DIN rails, and they have, you know, it's pretty tight in here with the 250, I have to say. But with the inverted electronics, it won't work. There's not enough clearance kind of between this piece and this piece. This is the solution I have for sort of a Z umbilical setup. This will eventually be sleeved, come out of this gland and kind of loop up. Hart K has a mod for his 2.4 that kind of does that. And he just has to make sure it doesn't get onto the bed, but we don't have to worry about that. But thanks for being a member. I have been trying to do something with the membership benefits. I've been publishing every video I publish. I've been publishing it a week early for members. I'm not sure if I'll keep that up week. Maybe I'll take it to a couple days. Plus is on the right. Oh. Hey! Thank you for the gifted membership, Steve. 10 gifted. Thanks so much. Let's see, Joe Tech, Danny Macchio, Crimson Raptor, Yin and Yang, Moses CHQ, Cleanup Crew, Esports, Pim Damon, Udalt, and Fabrico Joe. Hey, Fabrico Joe. I didn't wear my Fabrico shirt today. I've worn it in past streams. The shirt Hector gave me at, I think it was way back when it was Earth. The last year it was Earth. But since I'm going a little off script here, like maybe I might have to flip this because these wire runs are so long. I guess I'll be able to feed it into a cable sleeve and then bring it back around. Thanks again for the gifteds. If anybody received one and is in chat, definitely give Steve a thanks. The video that was published to members last Saturday will go live for everybody, and it is on a bunch of micro soldering gear that I picked up. So some flux, tweezers, a lot of tools, cleaning brushes. I have a decent soldering station for doing 3D printer-ish type stuff, but for doing kind of real board repair or any kind of surface mount device type stuff, it's generally not cutting it. I'll probably go under with that. Lay it in there. Let's do that now. And then apparently we need to loop power plus over to motor power. We've got to double up connectors. Could be done with a Wago. Plus is always on the right. It's hard to break these loose. Change screwdriver. Hey Modbot. Thanks for joining. Becoming a member. You'll be streaming tomorrow the MOG build, right? Sure, I haven't missed anything in chat. Nope, just Steve being very generous. So now that everybody who has a membership, feel free to run over and check out that video if you're interested in sort of micro soldering type stuff. Got the gearbox done last stream. Such a beast of a build. Hey, thanks for the... How many gifted is that? It's just scrolling by so fast. Ten gifted memberships. Thank you, Modbot. If you are in chat and happen to receive one, please give a thank you to Stephen Modbot. I'm getting all these notifications about membership changes happening and the price tiering changes, but I haven't been really super active with the memberships so far, so I'm not sure what that's going to entail. I'm not happy with this electronics situation. Once I get some of these cable channel things in here, I think I'll be able to make them look a little nicer, but I guess I can put this guy in now. Do a little bit with it. There's a 200% chance I'm going to redo all of these electronics. That's to catch a stream. Yeah, definitely. Thanks for hopping in. They're adjusting prices in certain regions. No change to the US. Okay, thanks for being an informed streamer, Steve. I remembered to go public this time, I believe. So somewhat of an improvement for me. I don't know what I'm going to do with this area though. There's not really enough. I mean, I can put a cable management track underneath the motor, but Steve, when you ground the SSR and earth ground to the frame, do you scratch off the anodization to do so? I feel like I've seen people do both. And I've seen people use like a star washer, which I don't think is included in the kit, to really bite into the frame. But you need some washer. I am not seeing a star washer. Check all the obscure bags. Relation bed column. I likely have some star washers. If I put in the ground, I'll check continuity, and if it doesn't conduct, tighten it some more. If it still doesn't, might scratch the frame, but it usually makes contact. Gotcha. I will break out my multimeter. But yeah, this is what is sort of planned for a Z umbilical of sorts, if you can envision it. Instead of doing the chain, I've got this modified mount. So this is the normal Z chain mount. And we've just got a gland. These will be sleeved and run up through here. And I did some, I don't want to lower and raise the bed because it takes forever. I don't know. I think I saw Ella's build. She was having an idea of not using a chain here, and I kind of liked the idea of it and wanted to try it out. I believe Ella ended up using the chain, but I don't know, I just wanted to play around with it. I also saw Heart K has kind of a Z umbilical mod for the 2.4, which might be more of a useful mod than it is here. I don't really have a reason, just wanted to kind of do something different, to be honest. But I do have a bunch of sleeving. I plan on sleeving a few of the wires in versus the kind of cloth stuff that they give me in the kit. Maybe I thought it would fit the aesthetic of kind of fallouty type stuff a little bit. If it can fall forward into the build area. Well, it should be, always be below the bed is my thinking. Right? If it does end up out here a little bit, the bed should be above it. On the 2.4, that's a worry, right? That it could fall forward and into the build area. But I was imagining if it's kind of strained right here, pinch as it hits Z-max. Oh yeah, I did some dry fitting and I checked it up and down before I did this. I'll double and triple check as we kind of get the actual bed in. And I will report back if I end up having to redo all of this. I need some kind of a washer. Does it say what screw to use in the Trident manual? 2 frame. Let me see if they have it in there. I'll definitely let you know how it goes. Yeah, watch for pinches. Where are the build notes? Round. What page is that on? Page 210. We just don't have to worry about the 5-volt. Oh, I didn't place my stepper drivers yet. So this is a modified piece here that instead of having the Z chain mount, it's Ellis, and it is meant to kind of come up and cause it to loop down so that as the bed moves down, it'll just, we'll see. I did cat it out a little bit. You can kind of, oh, you can't see it in the thumbnail for the video for some reason. We're a little off script here because of how many changes I have. We have our SSR. So that comes from all the way over here on the MCU. These wiring diagrams are pretty nice to have when the manufacturers include them. Forgot what my bot said. The bog build. It's such a beast of a build. Yeah. I need to get into RC stuff. I wasn't really into it as a kid, but it is the bottommost. Not focused where I want. I had RC cars, but I didn't have like nice custom built ones. It is the second set, not the first set. And positive is to the left. To the right. I think I might need something to go from one side to the other. And this will come around. And they have positive on this side. I'm not sure if it matters for this. And this stubby LTT screwdriver is having a hard time breaking free some of these terminals. Do get a little frustrated when they have cables that were together and then they split and half of the red is on the black side, and I have to like quadruple check every time I wire up positive and negative. This will be my first build with a AC bed and SSR. I've used printers with them. My TiVo Tornado had a 120 AC bed, so when I modified it, I had to rewire things. Generally for cable management, Steve, with the inverted electronics, my thinking was just put the bottom panel on now, and then eventually I'll tape down these cable management tracks to the bottom panel, and the bottom panel will just never come off unless I decide to get rid of the inverted electronics. That's the thinking, at least. A little bit more slack. Or maybe I could go up through here and underneath. I'll optimize a little later so we can keep moving through the build. Because there's a very likely chance I will undo quite a bit of this. There'll be an LED that comes out of here later. We need the screen, stepper sticks, CANBus wire. Nevermore can wait. And then I think bed, and I can look at my hardware for star washers. Star washers are one of those things where you see them all the time when you're just doing other stuff. And then as soon as you want one, I can't remember where it is. But I know I have a little bin somewhere where I've collected them from like old PC builds and stuff. I need to make a note of that. Display cable out to the... It's actually going to be a very short run. It is the rightmost cable. HDMI. Saturation on this camera looks very different, I feel, than my overhead camera. And then we have the electronics do seem fairly clean. It's a bit tight on the power side with this 250 build. Squeezed in. I don't know where I'm going to mount this antenna. That have to get pointed up. It's a little worrisome. Modbot, are you going? You've done a Trident build. Have you thought about upgrading the R2? If you're still here. And I don't know how much I'm gonna need for the cable. Not on screen. Oh. Did you do the Cyborg Trident? Was it the all-wheel drive that you did? I'm trying to remember that stream series. I guess that will screw in from underneath. It was a Cyborg. Hopefully not a CNC part version. I know some of their V0 they have CNC parts. And if you have a CNC gantry, I guess you're kind of SOL when it comes to upgrading. One of the dangers of going particularly out of spec. I'm really wishing I had a Lazy Susan. I actually have... I used to just have this for painting. I had a piece of cardboard just duct taped to it, and so I could spin parts around when I spray painted it. Might need to buy a new actual one and then find a good piece of, like, what do they call that white coated particle board that you can get at like Home Depot? Does it start with an M? Mylar or something? I should secure that screen down. Any thoughts on this little distribution block, Steve? I assume they make this for some of their weird Trudon printers, so they just include it instead of using Wagos, but it's interesting. Should I have secured the display to the... My order of operations has not been great today. I guess this will work. As long as it routes power safely. Yeah, it looks like it has some nice thick traces. I wouldn't know exactly like how much copper. It's a PCB. So I wouldn't really know exactly how much copper you would want to distribute mains power, but a lot of people have bought this kit, so I would guess issues would have come to light. I mean, I guess these could just come. They don't need to go out of this cutout. Is this backwards, Steve? Is this here for the display? This cutout? LDO version. Oh, you're talking about... Oh, I missed your chat. Sorry about that. Melamine. It started as a cyborg, but I swapped the controller, killed yours. So it has a Kraken in it. And it's also running takeoff toolhead. Oh, you're gonna go monolith gantry. That little cutout's for display, but with this particular mount, I guess it's just not that necessary. Because I can just have it come straight into the back. Have a hairy chinny chin chin down there. This will be my first printer with a touchscreen interface. Every other printer I've had is... Oh, that's not true. My Monoprice Maker Select Plus had a touchscreen interface, but it was obviously not running Clipper screen. Again, my order of operations on that was less than optimal. Have to head out. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for all the gifted, not subs, membership, Steve. Appreciate it. Yeah, especially when I'm doing filament swaps or taking parts off, I find myself doing little things like preheating from the screen a lot. Oh boy. We're gonna need to remove this. I do use Octo app, which is made by Chris from Chris's Living Room Workbench. So that runs on my phone, so I can get away with a headless printer, but it is really nice. I think to get these two screws in, I will need access to the rear. I have to manually. I think this lens is getting a little old. It's a nice Canon lens. It's an L, but it focus hunts a lot. Come on, loosen these up a little bit. Again, props to whoever designed this and put these little access holes. It's a nice little quality of life thing. I got a pretty cool integration with Box Turtle or Rage Rabbit Carrot Feeder. If you do MMU setup, I don't think it's native integration, but I believe you can add it on pretty easily. Cool. I don't have specific plans. FORMBOT has a Box Turtle kit now that comes on like a little rack. It's kind of interesting. I was just looking at their website. I have a MK3S. I haven't upgraded to like a 3.5 or a 4 yet, and I also have an MMU kit, an MMU3 upgrade kit, and I just haven't gotten around to building them. I used to Prusa as a workhorse for like all of my PLA prints, and I've kind of been hesitant to do anything to it because it's just kind of that printer I can turn to when I want to print something fast and simple in PLA. And as soon as I start fiddling with printers, the likelihood of them having, you know, an issue when I need them goes up. But it seems silly to have the kit and not install it. This is not sitting in there correctly, and I don't know why. Steve's N+1 printer equation. Yeah, all of these color swaps are all manual. So anywhere there's like multiple color things, I've just done, you know, pauses. Sometimes I just say, ooh, that's at a nice point, and I'll literally pause the print, swap the filament, and then just do an ad hoc one like this door on the stealth burner. I was originally just gonna make it all yellow, I think, or all blue, and then I just noticed like right when it was about to do this little extra area, oh, that'd be kind of cool because it would even all of this out. I need to reprint it because it's actually coming. It's delaminating a little bit. Maybe I should go ahead and glue these cable management tracks down. Or VHB them down. VHB seems so semi-permanent though, you know? We don't have a lot of cables stuff left. This is for air filter and Nevermore. XY motors. And Z motors. It's the 6-pin up by the motor. We'll plug the motor in and then plug the stepper driver in. How do you? He's out. It's an easy way to pill this. Oh, there we go. Of course, brute forcing it wasn't the answer. So I guess we can assembly line these a little bit. Just enough thumbnail. I think with these, usually you want to put them right where all those vias are in that copper. That is usually for heat dissipation, is my understanding. Yeah, because the chip is right underneath there. I need more light up top. Modbot, have you ever thought about doing a setup tour in your like workshop slash studio space? Because I'd be very interesting to see like more about your lighting setup and how you're routing everything to cameras. And I know that's not super 3D printer oriented, and maybe other folks wouldn't be all that interested in it, but I'm not sure tours are kind of like in vogue anymore. Used to be an easy way to get like tons of views on the channels. Do a setup tour or makerspace tour. It's so messy. Maybe once the shed is installed and you get a bunch of stuff out of the gotcha. On the stream channel, yeah, that's true. That's a good thing. Like I was debating when I started streaming if I wanted to do a second channel for streaming specifically. But I was worried that like my viewer base wouldn't be like active enough to be able to kind of get them to all jump over at once. You guys can't really see me placing these steppers in. I'll need the light back down here. Yeah, I really like gear and setup tours. There's a guy, Gerald Undone, does a lot of camera reviews and content. And he actually has a series where he goes around and looks at different people's studios. Like he's looked at MKBHD and Gamers Nexus, Linus Tech Tips, a lot of the big tech channels and other content creators for cameras. Yeah, I actually bought his LUTs. It was like starting over. You don't regret it and think you would do it again. But definitely both pros and cons, yeah. Yeah, I like his videos. I like his kind of quirky style. That's it. I'm done. I think he's Canadian, but he's just got like an interesting, kind of goofy sense of humor. Really pretty balanced in his takes, which I appreciate. Like if something's, you know, drastically pretty bad, he'll definitely call it out, but I don't get the sense that he's like making rage content for the sake of getting views ever. Yeah, I don't like the color balance on this camera right now. I think I have two different LUTs because this is two different cameras. But the top down versus the rear side seem very different. And this has got to make it all the way over to here. How's that going to get routed? Yes, sort of. Shepard, glad you caught me live, so welcome. Are you on the channel for 3D printer content or some of the old PC builds or sim racing stuff? We're gonna have to get all the Z motors in here as well. Z motor cables. Oh, one of them at least. Got a drop. Trying to wrap up a video for this weekend. Yeah. Have a good night. Thanks again for all the gifted subs, memberships, whatever nomenclature it needs to be. Enjoy the rest of your night and happy editing. 100 because of this build. Honestly, been wanting a FORMBOT Trident kit for ages. So far, I'm fairly pleased with it. One of the quirks is just their setup for power. It's a little tight in here with the 250 build. The 300 build would be a lot more spacious. I'm also doing inverted electronics, so they actually recommend having the electronics go that way and obviously not be inverted. But where I'm going to put my printer, I'm not going to be able to easily pull it out and get to anything if I need to do anything, like, you know, upgrade a component or something. So the inverted electronics appealed to me. But yeah, they include this little interesting power distribution block that I'm not really liking, like how funky some of this cable routing is, I'm probably gonna redo it like 100%. But I just want to get it wired up for now, just kind of see where, you know, how much stuff is in here and where stuff needs to go. Are all three of these Z motor leads the same length? I would guess so. Yes. Yeah, if you have any other questions about the build, please let me know. Definitely one of the intentions of streaming is to, I don't know, sort of kind of trying to help. We are Z0, Z1, and Z2, right? Front, back, front left, back, front right. We have 1, 2, 3. This is Z0, Z, skip 1, Z1, Z2. Yes, note that this won't be my final cable management. This terrible mess. That's the battery on the mic. Okay, so green. But the Manta board is pretty nice in that it removes the need for the 5-volt power supply, removes the need for the Raspberry Pi, and kind of at least cleans up this half of the electronics bay. Definitely looking snug. I've been looking at a 350. Yeah, so you'll have plenty of room if you get that. Zero funds. At the moment, yeah. Things are tight for me as well. I was able to use channel memberships and some affiliate purchases of some of the previous builds I did videos around. So essentially the channel and streaming helped pay for this, which is really cool. Again, thank you to everybody who's gotten channel memberships. A few people have donated, specifically noting that they thought the V0, the FORMBOT V0 videos and GitHub I did helped them out a lot. So like 3 or 4 guys donated for that. So, oh, I guess I didn't need to do that. I can just tuck it. Yeah, this is brought to you by you guys. Viewers like you. But yeah, that's a really good feeling, you know, when I put content out there, it seems to have helped people, and then you get one guy donated like $50 saying, hey, I was running into so much problems with this build and then found your videos and they helped. So that was like really cool to hear and see. Hey, Steven. Not too bad. Moving along. Electronics, we were just talking about in this 250 build. Things, especially in this power area, are pretty tight. I'm definitely going to have to redo it. sort of off stream. I mentioned it earlier, but I do have a bunch of, where did I put it? Cable sleeving that you would typically see in like a PC build. So a lot of these cables that are, I call them ketchup and mustard right now, they will be sleeved in the future. They actually have sleeving in the kit, and it's that black cloth type, which is, you know, pretty nice. It's much better than nothing. But since we're going with the kind of colored build, I decided to kind of step things up in terms of sleeving. Good thing I've watched plenty of builds, so I should know most of the little tricks. Yeah, exactly. I watched Steve Builds, who was in here before and gifted a bunch of memberships. He's the designer and maintainer of the Trident, and he's got about 3 or 4 Trident builds on his channel. Usually his kits are LDO kits, so they're a little bit different, but just in terms of having knowledge about this printer, I definitely recommend watching some of his stuff. ModBot was in here. He has some great content and streams. But yeah, not everybody can build every single kit. Kind of wish I could, you know, Pokemon it. This is 0. I wonder why it skips a stepper driver. Is that supposed to be for the extruder? But since we have CANBus, we don't have to run that. They gave us 5 step sticks anyway. Blocking with my head a little bit. I'll zoom in a bit so you can see how exactly how gross it is down here. I saw one guy whose cable management was like immaculate. He had like separate runs for power and data and like signal cables. It was in a 350, so it was much easier to do that, but I was like, man, if I had the time and patience to do that. Yeah, watch ModBot and Steve Builds. Never knew Steve was a designer though. That's very cool. Yeah, so his knowledge base on the Trident is excellent. FORMBOT Trident 250. So basically this kit, Steven, 2.4 350 and a V0. No real problems. Kits are pretty solid. Yeah. This is my second FORMBOT kit. The first being that V0. The main problem with their V0 kit was lack of documentation, I would say. This has actually a lot of documentation. It's like kind of the opposite. They've got build notes in here. They've got links to every manual that you need. They've got a wiring overview. So this is where they technically want the wiring to run front to back, but I couldn't get that to work with the inverted electronics. So we're going side to side like a stock Voron. They've got this wiring guide, which is really nice and helpful. They've got this to show you where all the jumpers need to go. So the documentation for this is much, much better. And then they have links to the billion different ones that you need. Really want to do a 350 Trident or an all-wheel drive, but yeah. Funds. And I feel like the printer prices have been rising a bit. Excuse me, taking a drink of water. This light is flickering now. But yes, to anybody who's gotten a channel membership, donated, super chatted in the past, like your funds have helped fund this build, so you're kind of hopefully again helping out the community. Hopefully people learn from this. But I'm glad they have more documentations. So this would be Z1. This is actually supposed to be Z2. And we go under the PSU or around. Well, if I put cable track over here, I can go around. But for now, we'll go under. And try to stuff all the excess. Randomly, I saw Spider-Man. I liked it. It was pretty good. I know there's all the talk about superhero fatigue with movies. I've liked all the Spider-Mans. Some slightly more than others. Yeah, trying to get all of these excess cables in the tracks. Maybe I could fit 2 cable tracks here. They give you a lot of cable track. I assume they throw enough in here for a 350 and just don't differentiate between the 350 and the 250 and the 300. But like, I don't think I could get all of this cable track in here. Like another one of these I could cut and put back there and then do 2 short runs here, but they kind of give you way too much. Glad they got all the docks. I mainly like the FORMBOT kit for the Manta board and the CANBus, and less expensive. Yeah, they definitely aim for kind of competitive pricing. That's, I think, why the V0 videos and streams I did so well, I think, because it's probably the most competitively priced. They don't do too many feature ads that kind of jack up the price. They throw some stuff in there like the V0 Kirigami and umbilical, but nothing that's like really going to increase the price. So interestingly, I consider them kind of the closest to stock V0 kit at the moment. Getting notifications. What else do we need to do? I'm not worried about Nevermore. I think we can get the bed on here. Oh, it's so much heavier now. So the bed comes with the thermal fuse already integrated, which is kind of nice. Let's see, which side is the top? This side, right? That's the back. So this will go like so. that seem right? And from what I'm saying is good quality. Nice, not as nice as the LDL frames. Definitely can concur with that, having built both the LDL V0 and the FORMBOT. The frame was a big differentiating factor. The LDL kit is more expensive, but if you break it down by like itemized feature value adds, you've got the for the V0 specifically, you've got the polyamide bed, the pico umbilical, which is, you know, like a whole nother MCU, almost kind of CANBus like, but not really. You've got the Voron Revo, the 200 watt PSU compared to 150. Probably a few things in there. The nicer frame. You can kind of understand why it creeps up towards the $600 mark. Let's do some quick measurements. 20 and 255. 200. 254. $254 minus 220, 34 divided by 2, 17. Oh, that's not right. Probably doesn't need to be all that precisely in the center, but I want to avoid one corner being a little bit of a cool spot. Oh, it's 200, not 220. That's why. 254. 227. That makes sense. So that should be pretty square. One thing I got that I've been using a lot are these Chemtech wipes. They are essentially tissue meant for cleaning like PCBs, and they don't leave any dust. You can see like a couple little sprinkles of like actual dust that are falling in it from my room, but they don't leave residue like a typical tissue or paper towel will. Fairly clean. I've had it out of the packaging for quite a while. But I just want to get all my grubby prints off. This is only 70% IPA. I should have used 90. plus, so it evaporates a little bit quicker. But is this the back? I believe so. All the way back to the bed part. Bottom has no countersunk holes. And the back has the center hole. Let's do a 27 and 27 from this corner as well. Just to give us two edges to aim for, or corners, or rather. That look okay? Maybe not perfect, but my check still working. Had 70% leave a film behind. I wonder if it's not just water that's the non-solvent part in it. I mean, I have 91 right here. Evaporates so fast. But yeah, these Kimtech wipes aren't all that expensive. And it's just nice to be able to clean stuff off and not leave thousands of little pieces of everything. So how are we going to put the holes in this guy? It's actually a tiny bit oversized. If I flush it up in one corner, it's actually off the leading edge here, or the other edge. Something on the back of this. Could drop the magnet on after mounting, true. I'm gonna have to cut these holes though. Or cover them up. But I kind of like cutting them so that I can take the bed off. I could put the screws in now and cover it up. Hopefully the Curie rating on 300L SE is relatively high. I think we're gonna cut it. Because either way, in order to screw it down, we're gonna have to have those holes there, right? I have to get the tweezers out. Get a piece of cardboard or make a stencil. Can't get a corner up. I'll tweeze this. I use a heavy dual hole punch. I used to have a set of actual like leather punches, and one of them was a really good size for stuff like this. But I have since either loaned it to somebody or lost it. The whole set, that is. I'm kind of yellowing it because it's getting late. This is one problem I've had with kind of streaming, is that I want to get stuff done, and whereas I would probably end up taking more time if I wasn't streaming things, I tend to want to go fast. Maybe a hair off to the right. It's very flush in the back. I've got a briar. Ooh, that kind of scratches things up. We need a M3 by 8. Just like everything else. Do we need a washer? It looks like we need a washer. Oh, the head might be like slightly bigger, but we're gonna use a washer. I haven't seen anybody use any thermal paste on these in a very long time. Some of the much older Voron streams and guides I saw did, but seems to be passe now. Or like RTV. Start. And the plan is to use something sharp, poke through, make a guide hole, Velcro sticky. And then find my X-Acto knife to expand those holes. Can you guys see that? Poke through. And then you have to make sure you get all of the magnetic particulate somewhere else. BRB, need to find my hobby knife. What did I do with it? There's one. Where's my jerry rig everything knife? Just saw it today, now I can't find it. We have this sort of pilot hole you can use to expand out that countersunk hole. Again, any particulate you want to get away so it doesn't magnetically stick to things you don't want. And I need to get a better blade holder than this. This is turning out kind of ugly, so maybe do what Steven recommended. Maybe I'll be able to clean it up by then. Reminds me of when I redid the magnet on your ender, that bed was anything but flat. Yeah. I've still got my 2 Ender 3s on a shelf. Oh, that chunked away a little bit, so it looks terrible. Well, I cleaned up this edge of it well, but that edge did not go so good. I think this knife is a little dull, so it kind of chunked away a lot of stuff. Not the best result. I do have a deburr tool. Do you think that would work if you're just clearing out the whole thing? Obviously cleaning it up. But I wonder, is that pilot hole plus the deburr tool? No. I don't think it's quite enough to actually cut. But if I just make the hole a wee bit bigger. This is the CNC Kitchen left-handed deburr tool. Good suggestion there. That looks a little bit cleaner. Still not perfect. A couple chunks came out. But yeah, it seems like if I just remove this hobby knife is like falling apart. It's an actual X-Acto brand one, but they're maybe it's because I'm left-handed, but it seems as I use it a lot, it ends up unscrewing itself. A lot more patient with that one. Created a little bit of a bevel, but as long as we can get the screw head in there, I'm okay. It'll be covered by the mat or by the PEI build sheet most of the time. So Steven, when you've used a some type of a template, how did you end up still cutting the hole? I ended up sanding the magnet down to get it flat. Works surprisingly well. I'll do some cleanup. Good suggestions, nice shouts. I've already preloaded the M3 nuts and these little isolators. I laid the plate on a sheet and dotted through the build plate, and then used a punch. Gotcha. I need to find, maybe I'll order something. I wonder what the best dimensions would be to have. I think it's probably in the DXF file or the drawing for the bed plate. Just get that width. Why did I take these off? Oh, just throwing stuff. First screw drop of the day. Think. This can be kind of fiddly, trying to get all three of these lined up with their respective T-nut. Oh, so this hole wasn't quite wide enough. It's the wrong size driver. All right, back it off so that I have a little wiggle room for the other guys. Whoa. Hey, what do you know? That actually got all three of them relatively quickly. Yeah, I'll get some fine grit sandpaper and just make sure that that's nice and flat. I would like Voron to consider a design that has bed alignment. I know there's some mods that people have done, but the FISEC V0 actually has a custom cut bed with the notches in it, kind of like a Prusa. And then on their bed mount, they have two screws that stick up like a Prusa, and it's really easy to get the bed aligned, especially when you have a very hot bed. I find that a little difficult. Magnets in the plate would be awesome as well. Who is it that has magnets? I can't think of who I'm thinking about now. We need to get our bed wired. So they want us to run the thermistor all the way down there, but everything else you can break out. So I think I'm gonna get a JST to JST joiner and mount that up here with the Wago as well. I get eyes on light down there would be tough. Okay, they do have these labeled neutral, which is what? Blue? And live, which is brown. And I probably should have done this before I mounted it. We've got to get this third one. Mandela Rose, yeah, they have magnets in the bed plate, but then the eddy probes, I can imagine, or the inductive probes might have an issue. But we got to go. Do you guys even see down there? There's 3 Wagos, earth, ground, live, and neutral, and they're labeled on all of the wires. And then we have to screw the bed in to ground it. Do they show that in the manual? Yes, just a M3x6 button head. Happen to have one of those out. Or is this 8? Check, 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 check. So the receiver died first before the actual mic died, but I might as well switch my mic out anyway. What I was saying was a couple bags I completely dumped out, like the M3 by 8s, and you can see there's a lot of those left. This camera won't focus to save its life. Lots of hammerhead T-nuts left. Some of the like M5 slide-in nuts and M3 slide-in nuts, there's not like an abundance of those, but I still have like probably 10 or so extra of them where I was trying to figure out which way I wanted to do the inverted electronics. So far I haven't run into any issues where I've had to dip into my own collection. So reasonably generous. I think I actually had a little bit more left over from the V0 kit. I did like all the mods on my V0. I did not have to use anything other than the provided hardware. Mic is back, right? You guys can hear me? I don't know if these tweezers are going to be able to grab it. Okay, good. I have a more low profile set of tweezers. That might work. So I'm using the putty to try to get it to stand up on end. So that the tweezers have a better shot at grabbing it. I'll just roll way too far. I guess that's a possible issue with inverted electronics. If you're clumsy, there's no hole anywhere in it big enough. Maybe down here. Okay, I have to slide it all the way down to one side. And then coax it towards this hole, which you guys might not be able to see. Oh my gosh, just clean code. Now use putty. Ugh, that was annoying. All right, so Steve suggested that we check continuity. Um, where is my multimeter? Obviously between here and now. The bed plate, we've got continuity. And then I need to ground this guy as well to the frame. They'll have a T-nut. But I need a screw long enough. Did they suggest a screw length for the frame? The 10? Need like an M3 by 10, I think. Do you guys typically ground your frame? Yeah, 12 is way too long. Is 8 too short? No, 8 might be perfect. And too small. So I wanted a screw that was long enough to go all the way through the backside of the T-nut, but 8 is too long. Where's the 6? You know what I mean? I want it to go through the back of the T-nut and touch the frame with the actual screw. Crazy. And then see if that is not getting to the frame. I don't know if it's the anodization. It might be too short, or too long. I don't see in either the Voron documentation or the FORMBOT documentation where they say what size screw to ground the frame with. I can see where they do it here. It seems like it sticks into the frame. The V slot. Here it just says 2 frame. I'm going to try scratching away some metal next. I think I watched someone sand off the ionizing behind the T-nut to ground it. Yeah, that's what I am looking to do. My hopes was that using a long screw to screw into the frame through the T-nut would do kind of that, because I have scratched up my frame before by sort of over tightening. How does it seem so difficult to scratch a frame right now when I'm doing it on purpose? I'm just still trying to figure out what the best size screw for this is going to be. I think that in 3x6. Add a washer, maybe it'll make better contact. Sorry, I don't know how to get a good camera angle in there for you. And then I have to have a second spot that's scratched away. Yep, there we go. Kinda, sorta. Obviously that's going to work, but okay, so I had to scratch away two spots, a spot to test continuity and a spot to actually ground the screw. Only thing I'm noticing is that I can wiggle this around a little bit more than I'd like. So that means that the M6 screw, M3x6 is bottoming out and touching the frame where I scratched it away, but it's still a little loose. So I'm gonna throw another washer on there. And I'll see if I can figure out a way to give you guys a view of it. Got two M3 washers. Okay, that feels better now. Oh, maybe. That passes the tug test a whole lot better. Recheck continuity. Can you guys see that on the multimeter when it goes from 1 to almost open? Okay, so I can also do bed. Two frame is earth ground. The casing of the AC inlet, shielding of the PSU. Saw a couple people ground their DIN rails. I don't know if that's necessary at all though. Where are my side cutters? Did I even use them today? That's really focused on whatever it wants and not what I want. So yeah, I want to get a JST splitter that will split out this thermistor cable, because everything else can be easily detached at the Wagos. And where does bed thermistor go? This bank, oh, you guys can't see it all. Now the top-down view is not going to work very well because the bed's in the way. Bed thermistor is this guy, I believe. Bottommost. Oh, this has to go through a lot more stuff. Sorry. I'm gonna have to take this JST off the header so that it can pass through this gland like everything else. Of course, like one goes super easy and the other one is like, no, I'll never bend. I think it wants a blood sacrifice, aka me stabbing myself. Okay, got those out. This has to run along with these. Do one at a time. Again, Steve asked kind of why I wanted to go with this kind of umbilical-y set up instead of a Z-chain. A Z-chain is like the least worrisome chain in terms of cable breaks, but I just kind of wanted to do it. Both need to go through this guy. Have you guys ever had like a mod like that where you're just like, yeah, this is not really necessary? The default version should work more than fine, but I kind of want to do it. Gotta repin this JST. I have to find what I did with the JST housing and repin this JST. I do think like this being sleeved in yellow, most of the printer's blue. The cable sleeving will give it a little bit of a, I don't know, a je ne sais quoi, interesting visual quality. Oh, did I repin this too early? Or will this fit? It'll fit. Now he can go way over here. Just cable managing at the moment. Looks like half the stream has been cable managing. Yeah, removes. What was that in reference to, Shepard? Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. Some of this, like acrostic, the Z train. Gotcha. I don't know. I'm not liking this area of the electronics. It just feels a little too rat's nesty. You just don't want to focus where I want you to go at all, do you? I mean, we've got like power stuff, got some data signal stuff. It's kind of going across this AC inlet, and I don't really like that. Maybe I could tuck it up this way a little bit. I think the CANBus cable would be next. Oh, we've got this Ethernet guy. So this does have a Keystone connector. I get this through and under the PSU. I can. And where's the Keystone? Here's the Keystone. Squeeze one part in. It has 2 spots for Keystones. Maybe I could pass out an extra USB or something. There we go, that's snapped in. I do have a switch over on my shelf. So that is a possibility. To wire this guy. Or have him hardwired. So I'm gonna end up sleeving that Z cable, this Z cable. There's an in-stop wire that runs up somewhere. The CANBus will come down. Let's start playing with the CANBus. It is a very long cable that I seem to have misplaced. What's this guy for? I was dry fitting it. And I remember moving it. The Blue's Clues section of the stream. Do you guys see it? It's like the biggest cable in the build. I don't know how I could lose it. Did it fall off? Collect a little bit of trash just to get some visual clutter out of the way. Put a couple tools away. The Z end stop is, or the one of the end stops is on the floor over here. That's got to get routed. That might be where we call it for the wiring, I guess. I knew I wasn't going to be able to probably flash it today, but I was thinking just get all the other wiring done. Z or Y end stop. Where's that? And that's going to plug in directly below the second guy right here. Eventually needs to come up. And I can't recall where it gets mounted. A good reason to go centerless. Small channel guide. Anybody know where the Y-end stop and Trident goes? We'll mount it to the A motor. Where? Donde? There's a bunch of different options for the end stops, I recall. We don't have a pod. It said later, but our X end stop is on the tool head. I feel like wiring has to the least enjoyable part of builds. When it's like really smooth, I don't mind it, but kind of when I run into weird stuff like this a little bit. Yeah, I don't see where. Getting close to doing wiring in your build. What about the build notes and stop? About the Y and stop cable and the A motor cables down like the B motor cable. Okay, but where do I mount it? I'm like missing something. Is it our X end stop is here? You guys can't see it, but it's on the tool head and it clicks when you get to here. Where doth thou Y end stop go? Gotta be something that when you go to here, click. I could see it being here. Don't use this. End stop is tap. Toucan end stop is the one that's on the toolhead board. On it to the A motor later. When? There's another PDF I'm missing. This one? No. This is a little annoying. Maybe instruction. Open, please. Yes, this is the one I'm thinking of. Someone joked when I said there's like 11. I already have it open apparently. LED tube, I'm not going to worry about right now. That's the Y in stop. Runout sensor. Yeah. CANBus cable, which I can't find right now. You see it in stop on the B motor or the A motor anywhere? Is there a piece I'm missing that mounts? It must be something that mounts below the B motor. It's like page 63 to 64. Which FORMBOT manual? Here is the FORMBOT. This is all Nevermore. I'm just reading through this because I forgot to have this up during a lot of this assembly. The assembly mod in the FORMBOT manual that I can see. So from the Voron GitHub. Are you looking at the build notes? Because I have the regular assembly manual. I go to page 60. Might be that it's getting a little late and I'm getting a little fuzzy minded. I'm looking at the Voron assembly manual. Okay, that's this guy, right? I have an annotated version that just has some extra notes in it, but and page 60. Let me know if I'm not looking at the right thing. I saw later on where they talk about a pod, but we don't have an XY pod. Like here it talks about this XY pod, but we don't have, I maybe have those parts. Our X in stop is not there though. This guy? Maybe this guy? I just didn't see any instructions that said mount the Y end stop here. No, I don't see how this is gonna hold the end stop. Like in the annotations this guy made, it says, and your Y end stop will be mounted to the A motor later. And your Y end stop will be mounted to the X. There's this pod. That's not mounted to the A motor, that's mounted to the X gantry. Page 199 and annotated shows a dual end stop board on the X gantry. Yeah, but we have one end stop for X over here. That's on the tap tool head. This is for routing the Y end stop if you're using a cable chain. Lost my cursor. I is confused. 198. Yeah, that's what I was looking at earlier. That doesn't look like our stuff. It says in these annotation, your Y end stop will be mounted to the A motor later. I just don't get when later is and what pieces are used to do it. This end stop gets mounted with two self-tapping screws, and I don't see any pieces that like would fit that. Unless I was supposed to print. No, but this goes in the carriage. Doesn't help. This is frustrating. I'm resorting to like zooming in now. The A motor's on the right when you're looking at the front. So this is the end stop wires. Excuse me, Y end stop wires. Could be a piece right here. You can see the X end stop just under there. Why are you scrolling so damn slow? Where is end stop? Maybe under here some? This is dumb. Let me tilt it and see if I can see if there's like, maybe I was supposed to print a different specialized gantry part. I can't tilt it that way without destroying my screen. There's an M3 screw on the A gantry right under here. Instead of it being two M5 screws, there's an M3. Which limit switch do you have to install? I need to install the Y limit switch. So the X is already on the tool head, so homing X would work. This Y one needs to get installed somewhere near the A motor, but I'm not familiar with where. I can't find anywhere in the instructions. There's like annotations that say you will do it later, you will do it later. Like this part. What printed piece is that? Let me go back to you have to print the bracket and it attaches with two screws that replace the one securing it from underneath. the wire cover. Y and stop bumper. I might have missed, wait, this piece? Y and stop housing. This could be it. Not the, yeah, correct. Not the Y and stop pot. Housing. Do I need the bumper as well? I thought that this was the, I just don't recall printing this. Okay, I'm gonna have to print this out. I guess I'll do it in yellow. And then, thanks for the help. P. Ramirez. I don't know why that took me so long. Probably because it's getting late. But let me see if I can get this in a good spot to look at. So, it looks like I need to print a piece that will go here. And that is this Y. Do I need to print the bumper as well? You have to install the switch first and then do the wiring. Okay. So I'll get this queued up tonight. Does that print with no supports? I guess it's just bridging. Does it require this bumper though? I remember they made notes about it. But nowhere in the instructions do I see like them describing where or how to install it. Like it just kept saying, like if I search for Y and stop, it just kept saying you will do it later. Skip this step. You will do it later. Skip this step. You will do it later. But then I never saw it being done later. Okay, you might have to find longer screws. I'll look for those. I remember early on in the build during the Y gantry, them calling that out, but then I just never saw anything that said. That's a little confusing. Perhaps they could put something in there to clear it up unless I completely missed it. So like here. So they say don't, it said not to do this because we don't have a Hall effect. But somewhere they like made a note that these are different because there's an M5 and an M3 there, whereas everywhere else it's just two M5s. So on the B motor, it's two M5s, but on the A motor, it's an M5 and M3. Yeah, so it said 5 by 16 and 3 by 12, so we'll need to get longer ones. Okay, at least we got to figure it out. It's a little probably. What is this piece called? I have so many tabs open. Housing. Let's search everything for housing just to see if I somehow just missed it. No housing in the main manual. What about their build notes? Does it say housing in here? Thing in there. I lost the build notes. Nothing about housing, that housing piece in the build notes. Okay, I will. Maybe I'll just do a PR, or is there already a issue? Like nobody's called it out as. Last thing, I'll try searching in the repo. No, search in this. Am I crazy? Usually when you search, it'll constrain it to the repo you're in. Ramirez, look where? It's possible I missed it, but we're hopping around between so many manuals. I swear I'm crazy, but usually when you are in a repo or on a user's account and you hit search on GitHub, it will constrain the search to what you're in. This is dumb. Why is everything like causing an issue for me right now? I don't want to have to log into GitHub to do that. It won't let you do that. Am I going crazy? Every other time I've searched on GitHub and I'm in a repo, it will let me search that repo. All right, but regardless, I think this is where we're gonna call it for today. Most of the wiring is done, but not in an ideal spot. So obviously need to get the part printed to mount this guy. Thanks Ramirez for the help in identifying what that was about. But our bed is wired, thermal fuse, all of our Wagos, thermistor runs down, our AB motors are wired. I'm not gonna worry about the light right now. I'm not even sure I'm gonna use it. All of our Z motors are wired. I think all the wiring is done except for this and the CANBus. I have somehow misplaced the CANBus wire. So I will have to track it down. And then next stream, I'm thinking we'll start to do the CANBus wiring, and that's where I'll do the first bit of sleeving. So the run from here to the tool head, they give us some sleeving. They give us this, but I don't like it, so I'm going to use my yellow sleeving. So we'll get that done and then look into sleeving this part in the back and sleeving the wires that go down, and then the Y and stop will be included in that. After that, we might be in a good spot to do a first power test and then start actually flashing. And I don't know if we'll get to melting plastic in the next stream, but or the first print, but maybe melting plastic. I'm trying to think of anything else. Good streams. Thanks to everybody who hopped in. Thanks to Steve and ModBot for doing the member donations. If you did get a channel membership, I have a members only video that will go live for everybody on Saturday, but it's you can go check it out right now. And if you have any other ideas for membership perks, let me know. But yeah, I got pretty far into the wiring. It is a little crunched and tight in the 250 build, so if you're looking for a reason to, you know, go a little bit larger, then it'll just kind of make some of the electronics a little bit easier. Of course, I am doing the inverted electronics, so that's causing a little bit of this funkiness. But yeah, thank you guys for checking out the stream. I will try to get things a little bit more organized, redo some of the cable management, and get it settled so that we're in a really good spot to move along with the build. Anyone still in here? Shepard, Ramirez, who else was in here? Renovec. Thank you guys for hanging out for so long. Anybody who might have been lurking, thanks to you too. But yeah, this stream and this build has been powered by you guys, donations, memberships, super chats, and all that kind of stuff. So thanks once again. I will see you in the next stream. See ya.